beginnen. Hello
and a warm welcome to our expert conference, Flight, Violence, Trauma, the implementation of the Istanbul Convention for Queer Refugees in Germany. My name is Ines Kappert, and since 2015 I've been heading the Gunda Werner Institute, and I'm quite happy that you are here in an analog form here at the Heinrich-Böll Foundation, but also on the internet in the live stream. The Istanbul Convention is the most comprehensive international legal instrument on the fight for gender-specific violence. And today we will discuss together how the Istanbul Convention can be used so that queer people who have to flee have the opportunity to lead a self-determined life in another country. The Gunda Werner Institute has, at which I am heading since 2015, has been focusing on thinking together migration, flight, and feminism, and asking time and again, how can we use the diverse knowledge and the expertise of people who had to flee of any gender and the feminist expertise in Europe and Germany, and how can we bring this all together so that human rights can be, in fact, protected in the world, in Europe and in Germany. And for many years, we have been pleased to cooperate with the Queer European Asylum Network, which has been founded by Menja Cela and Danielle Jubelik. And so now it's high time to introduce both of them in more specific terms, because without the work of Menja Cela and Danielle Jubelik, we would not be here. Menja is a professor for social anthropology at the John Jay College of Criminal Justice, Kearney, and she's also scientific advisor at the Brunel University London and the University of Bristol. From 2018 to 20, she headed an EU-funded project which investigated the experience of LGBTQI+ asylum seekers with a Muslim background in the German asylum system. She's also author of Muslim Women's Quest for Justice, Gender, Law and Activism in India, which was published at the Cambridge University Press. And she has also written different articles on social, legal resistance, gender, sexuality, and migration, asylum, and Islam. And I already mentioned it, but we cannot mention it too many times. She's also a co-founder of the Queer European Asylum Network. Danielle Jubelik is the head of the office at the Office for Equality of the City of Heidelberg. He's also a member of the Advisory Council, Acceptance and Equality of the Federal State Baden-Württemberg, and also deputy head of the board at the Anti-Discrimination Office at the national level, and he's also a lecturer at the Institute for Religious Science at the University of Heidelberg, and also spokesperson for the research group for Islam and the German Society for Religious Science. And since January 2020, he's also the managing director of the European City Coalition Against Racism. And with that, I would like to hand over the floor, and I wish you a fruitful discussion. Hello. First of all, I would like to thank the Gunda Werner Institute and especially Dr. Ines Kappert on behalf of the Queer European Asylum Network for the invitation to the Heinrich-Böll Foundation. I would also like to sincerely thank all the people at the GWI and the Böll Foundation, and especially Tonja Götte, Mongju Togmit, and Julia Reiter, who did all the work behind the scenes and thus contributed significantly to the success of today's symposium. So thank you very much to you. As a network, we've been working intensively on the issue of intersectionality in the application of the Istanbul Convention for the protection of queer refugee women since 2020. Lesbian, bisexual, trans, queer, and intergender migrant asylum-seeking and refugee women are particularly vulnerable to sexualized and physical violence. In this short basic lecture, Daniel Jubilic and I would like to give you a brief insight into the topic of intersectionality in relation to the Istanbul Convention. We refer to the results of last year's symposium, which took place under the title Thinking the Istanbul Convention from an Intersectional Point of View, which also took place here. The symposium, which was organized with Queen in cooperation with the GWI and also took place here at the Heinrich-Böll Foundation, as I said, aimed to critically discuss the Istanbul Convention from the intersectional perspective. In this sense, last year's symposium represents the precursor to today's event, and its findings have significantly influenced its conceptualization. So now the pointer doesn't work properly. Let me try to go to the second slide. I'm not sure if I'm doing anything wrong or the technology is failing me. Now it works. Okay, great. So it's a little bit delayed. So the Istanbul Convention, with its 81 articles, is the most far-reaching, internationally legally binding instrument to prevent and combat violence against girls and women to date. In addition to a holistic approach to preventing and combating violence against women, the Istanbul Convention explicitly calls for measures to be implemented in a multi-perspective, non-discriminatory manner that concretely incorporates the specific needs and barriers of particularly vulnerable groups. Signatory states, including Germany, must ensure that prevention, protection, and support measures meet the specific needs of a diverse and vulnerable group of girls and women who experience marginalization due to their identities. These measures of the Istanbul Convention also refer specifically to women with a migration and refugee background who are affected by violence. Queer women with a refugee background represent an acutely vulnerable group whose experience of violence often remain invisible and whose protection against gender-based violence is hardly guaranteed, although the Istanbul Convention also stipulates that sexual orientation and gender identity are impermissible grounds for discrimination. At this point, however, it is important to note that the word intersectionality does not appear in the Istanbul Convention. Instead, the Convention invokes the term multiple discrimination, which is discrimination based on multiple factors. However, multiple discrimination and intersectionality are not synonymous. For intersectionality refers not only to the ways in which people experience marginalization based on their identities, but also on the ways in which these are produced and legitimized within complex power structures. Thus, the Istanbul Convention recognizes a diversity of vulnerable groups. At the same time, however, the text of the Convention runs the risk of culturally attributing stereotypes around forced marriage, honor killing, or female genital mutilation, mostly to migrants. I would now like to briefly present the most important findings in relation to the intersectional interpretation of the Istanbul Convention as discussed during last year's symposium. So first, forms of intersectional discrimination are often overlooked in the implementation of the Istanbul Convention. Girls and women for whom several forms of discrimination intersect at the same time, such as race, gender, sexuality, economic status, religion, ethnicity, are at a much higher risk of becoming victims of violence. For example, queer and trans women in Germany experience an increased potential risk of being affected by harassment, assault, or violence. The number of unreported cases in this area is high, and often these women do not find access to the relevant authorities, counseling centers, or the police, or the agencies are not sufficiently sensitized to their needs. Second, Girls and women with a migration and refugee background represent a group that is particularly vulnerable to multiple discrimination. Girls and women with a refugee background are also a vulnerable group in terms of sexualized and physical violence, not only in their home country and on the flight route, but also in Germany. At the same time, they often face the biggest hurdles in finding medical, legal, or psychosocial help and support in local violence protection systems. Their specific life situations and protection needs are often alarmingly neglected in practice. And thirdly, there's a lack of understanding of the intersectionality of different vulnerabilities in the application of the Istanbul Convention to lesbian, bisexual, trans, inter, and queer migrants, asylum seekers, and refugees. LGBTIQ migrants, asylum seekers, and refugees are particularly vulnerable to sexual and physical violence on their way to Europe during the asylum process, but also after they have been granted refugee status. In theory, the Istanbul Convention captures the intersectionality of the experiences of both migrant and refugee women, as well as lesbian, bisexual, trans, inter, and queer women, and provides broader protection of their rights. In practice, however, there is no robust intersectionality approach in the implementation of the Convention in the asylum context. Women are usually viewed as a homogeneous group, and LGBTIQ persons are another homogeneous group. A non-inclusion of different identities through decision makers and officials leads to a lot of prejudice against LGBTIQ refugees. So we need perspectives for the protection of LGBTIQ women and girls. And Marie-Louise Löffler, who is here, and Daniel Tubilic, and also Magnus Hirschfeld from the German Federal Foundation have supported a policy brief. And here we also have Fadi Saleh and Mohamed Dalla, who contributed to the text. And we have some copies available here to take home. And now I would like to give the floor to Daniel Tubilic.
Was jetzt passiert? Okay, sehr gut. Dann vielen Dank.
So, thank you very much, Inja. When we planned the conference, of course, we did not have the asylum compromise in our focus that was just reached. And before we come to the recommendations that we formulated based on the last expert meeting as a network with many cooperation partners, our main suggestion and recommendation for us all is to very closely and critically monitor the asylum compromise. Well, not many people have taken the time, and I know that Philip Brown already told me, he's the head of the LSVD, he's already started to looking at the 300 pages of the compromise. So Philip, maybe later on you can say a few words about that. The term vulnerability does hardly appear in the whole document. So it will be our task to intensively monitor and accompany the whole process, because we already know that the way it looks like at the moment is that refugees can be brought back to allegedly safe third states. The Dublin Agreement should be interpreted more strictly, and deportations should also take place. And this means that women who fled and entered the EU via the external borders would have to participate in asylum processes at the outer borders under detention-like conditions. So they all run the risk of being deported in allegedly safe third states. This means for us that everything that we've demanded as a network, that and what also other civil society organizations have demanded and also achieved successfully, that we get more access to the community housing and all that this is being questioned now, that we can hardly imagine how it should be possible when the gender, to talk about the gender identity, or when talking about gender identity is not possible in the countries of origin, when LGBTIQ people are persecuted, how we would do that. So this will actually be our main focus and work now for the next years, to accompany the whole process and to monitor the process. And I'm looking forward to cooperating with you. But let's now look at our recommendations. On the basis of our findings, that the findings that Menja has already mentioned, it is necessary that the Istanbul Convention is interpreted in an intersectional way. This means that we have to raise awareness for the intersectionality of different vulnerabilities. We have the need for mandatory further trainings, especially for advisors, also at the municipal level, who should make sure that there is an aware and intersectional interpretation of the Istanbul Convention, to show power structures and dynamics and to focus on that. In addition, civil society and legal institutions should make sure that the staff reflects on the different identities of the affected girls and women, and that the affected are taken into account in the work at an early stage. And forms of we have to make sure that the legislators and decision makers implement the provisions of the Istanbul Convention. And we also have to consider that the implementation and interpretation of the Istanbul Convention has to make sure at any level that racist structures are being made visible, questioned, and alleviated. Second aspect, we need a diversity-sensitive conception of the systems. The Istanbul Convention usually is not applied in order to protect LGBTIQ refugees against violence. And, for example, this is not being reflected in the decisions of the BANF. In the course of the implementation of the Istanbul Convention, we need an equal access at the national level to protective measures, and we have to close gaps in the system and enhance the care structures. We also need a decentralized community approach for queer women and queer refugees in general. We need transparent monitoring of the Istanbul Convention. This means that we have to make sure that the legislators, decision makers, in fact, implement the regulations of the Istanbul Convention also in the context of flight and refugees. We need an independent monitoring which makes sure that the implementation of the Istanbul Convention is continuously monitored when it comes to vulnerable groups. We also need an independent reporting system and a documentation. And as a last item, we need an effective implementation of Article 59, 1 and 3 of the Convention. After the reservations against Article 59 ran out, we have to take protective measures at the federal, state, and national level in order to protect women and girls against domestic violence. And to do that, we need a targeted political awareness-raising work in order to send a clear signal for the implementation of the Istanbul Convention, and at the same time to make visible that women, even from so-called safe third states, or women who live separately from their partner, can claim these protective measures. And we also need guidelines for the implementation of the Istanbul Convention in this context, and also the making available of these guidelines to the authorities and the courts. In order to have a good monitoring for the implementation of the Istanbul Convention, as already mentioned, all cases need to be documented in a comprehensive way. And in case of a violation of the Convention, we need to follow up on the cases. These were our central recommendations that we want to discuss with you today. We have very many experts in the room and very many experts on the panel that I'm looking forward to. And we also have Dr. Lena Held, who is already analyzing rejections, and also Dr. Matthias Seiter from the foundation, who is supporting us, and we are very happy about that. And he also helped us in the writing of the policy brief. So I'm very much looking forward to the program today and the discussion with you. And I would like to pass the floor to Monica Remy, our moderator for today. Monica Remy, where is she? Okay, she is a political science and development science. She studied in Berlin, Buenos Aires, and London, and after her studies, she worked in different German NGOs on international human rights and economic issues. And this was followed by several years in women's political public relations at UN Women in New York. And back in Germany, she focused on the combating of violence against women, among other things, as a coordinator of the Istanbul Convention Alliance. And at the German Women's Council, she's a consultant for international gender equality policy and also responsible for the topic of violence against girls and women. And for us, it's very, very interesting because this intersectional dialogue between different organizations, between queer organizations and also women's organizations, has not yet taken place sufficiently over the past years. And so far, this is a very good opportunity to have a joint discussion on the intersectionality issues. And I'm very happy that we could win this expert to moderate today. So, Monica, I would like to pass the floor to you now. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much. Also, a warm welcome from my side. I'm very pleased that you are here live and online. The invitation was explicitly sent out to people interested in fair asylum processes for refugees. I have the pleasure to facilitate today's discussion. We will have two panels, one before the lunch break about the implementation of the Istanbul Convention, then a second after the lunch break about trauma, and then all can make a practical contribution. And at the end, we will watch a performance. I would like to thank also on behalf of the organizer, Dr. Ines Kapper, director of the Gunda Werner Institute, which invites us today. A big thank you also goes to the organizers, Mono Tokmit, Antonia Götter, and Julia Reiter, also from the Gunda Werner Institute. I would also like to thank the members of the Queer European Asylum Network, who will later also be on the panel. Dr. Mencha Chaler, Daniel Kubelic, Maria Louise Löffler, and Dr. Nina Held. And also a big thank you to Mohamed Dalla for his support in the organization. Thank you to the technician, Jeremy March, Gabriel Fritz. Here at the corner, two translators play an important role from German into English, Patricia Isomo and Ina Wall. and here Jena Brückmann and Juni Steinmann as sign language interpreters. Last but not least, I would like to thank our wonderful panelists who will discuss the Istanbul Convention and its intersectional implementation. We will now start the first panel with the legal implementation of the Istanbul Convention. Let me introduce the panelists. We have 3 here in the room and 1 who joins us on the internet. Warm welcome while we wait for the online participant. Louise Hopper, a warm welcome. Then let me start with Louise. She is a renowned human rights lawyer in the UK for more than 20 years, specializing in asylum and migration. She is co-author of the Practitioner Guide to Refugee Claims Based on Sexual Orientation and Gender Identity. She worked as an expert on commission of the Council of Europe in the baseline reports about the Istanbul Convention in 7 different states, and wrote an expertise on the implementation of Article 60 and 61. And currently she is working on AI and human rights. Welcome, Louise. Then here on the podium, Philip Brown, member of the LSVD, co-secretary of ILGA Europe, and he was also a member of the management board of ILGA Europe. He is responsible for the international work of the association, and he is very committed and worked in the field of migration and flight, and he worked for abolishing the discretion in asylum procedures. Anne Pert is a fully qualified lawyer and project coordinator in Equal Rights Beyond Borders. This NGO works in the field of the European asylum system. She works for the rights of people. She has a focus on sexualized and gender-based violence, and she is also a member of the German Association of Lawyers. Dr. Nina Held is a lecturer for social policy at the University in Salford. She also worked in sociology and she was a project leader dealing with the sexual experience of LGBTIQ refugees in Europe. In her doctoral thesis, she also worked for the rights of those people, and she will tell us about her experience here. We already heard that the situation or the political environment of this symposium has changed with the resolutions taken on the 8th of June. Now, however, I would like to underline that the first panel is to give courage. We want to talk about instruments and rights that we can claim, and the Istanbul Convention is a very powerful instrument, but not the only one. We have a lot of expertise here. We want to learn from successful combats. some of the panelists have led. And we would like to start at the grassroots level. The questions we are going to discuss to provide a kind of red thread is what is the legal framework we have to protect queer refugees? How is it applied in Germany? What needs to be improved? And what will change by the so-called asylum compromise? I would like to start with Louise Hooper, and let me ask you as an expert to take us on a journey about the protection the Istanbul Convention provides to asylum-seeking women and especially queer women.
It's very nice to be here, and I'm sorry I can't be with you in person. The Istanbul Convention protects migrant women and asylum-seeking women in many different ways. The Convention itself has a non-discrimination clause at Article 4.3, which means that all of the provisions that protect national women and women with residence status also protect migrant and asylum-seeking women. So everything to do with the requirement to be included in policies, the access to accommodation, access to healthcare facilities, recovery, protection, all of those apply equally to migrant and refugee women. They're also protected explicitly by Articles 60 and 61. Article 60 is the article on gender-based asylum claims, which requires gender to be recognised as a form of persecution, to give a gender-sensitive interpretation to the Convention grounds and have gender-sensitive procedures. And Article 61 is the non-reformal provision. The non-discrimination provision for me is particularly important because it not only means that migrant women are entitled to all of the protections of the Convention itself, but also it's inclusive of sexual orientation, gender identity. So it provides for all of those provisions to be applied without discrimination to provide those forms of protection.
Vielen Dank, Louise, für diese Einführung.
Thank you, Louise, for this introduction. When I discuss it in a German context, I say, well, the society it should provide a society where girls and women can live free from violence, and this applies to all girls and women, and Article 4 is very important in this respect. Let me ask you, Louise, how do you assess the possibilities to implement protection for queer refugee women? So it's not only about multiple discrimination, but also the intersectional aspects of discrimination. Perhaps you could tell us something about your experience in different countries, how the convention can be used to reach to those groups.
The first thing is that I think it's important for states to understand the concept of intersectionality and how lesbian women may experience both persecution differently and so need a different approach of the application of convention grounds or an approach by interviewers to enable them to tell their stories. And secondly, they may have different protection needs within the host country because of host countries' own prejudice and discrimination or violence against LGBT groups. So in terms of looking at the convention from a victim-centred human rights perspective, having an individual approach where you identify those needs and make provision, including financial provision and working with NGOs and civil society, which actually in my experience has been the best outcomes that we've ever had. across the board in whichever country I've been to have been where there's been strong civil society working with government to identify needs and protect and to be properly funded. So those would be the involvement of civil society, the availability of guidelines and training, and the funding are the three things that seem to make the most difference.
Dankeschön. Dann würde ich gerne auch
Thank you. I would like to broaden our vision beyond the Istanbul Convention. Philip, you dealt with the rights of queer refugees. Could you give us an insight about the instruments beyond the Istanbul Convention to protect the rights here in Germany? I wanted to tell you, on the one hand, what is now applicable with the special instruction about the asylum. There is a special paper about asylum where the chapters are reviewed one after the other. And the Istanbul Convention is not mentioned in this long document. However, during the last few years, and you could see it from parliamentary inquiries, and you also find information about it on our website. There was one chapter on sexual orientation and gender identity, but unfortunately we had to find that in asylum notification, it was often said, well, this person from Iran could hide in their home country. And there was one case about an Iranian that he did not show up at Grindr within 3 weeks. He could also hide in Iran. Or then this story about Lebanese, where it was said he could also hide in Algeria. 3 years ago, we arrived at a point, and there was also a clear link with Ilga. There was a Moroccan in an asylum process in Germany. He was rejected, and it was said, well, he could hide in Morocco. And he translated it with Google Translate, and he found the decision by the European Court of Justice. And BAMF said, of course, the European Court decision is valid, but we found 120 cases where this was not applied. And since last October, one said, well, we should start from an open life. This is very interesting for queer women and trans people. What does it mean to lead an open life? And you also worked on women from African countries. This is a very essential point, but we have to see how it is implemented. We have seen BAMF has to learn to implement things. Something we are very pleased about is that a second important judgment of the European Court for Human Rights noticed about a gay person from Gambia that Switzerland violated the Human Rights Convention because they said he could also go to the police. It's very important that this was included, and I'm very pleased about one of the most severe countries. There was a trans man and the bum throat, he could go back to Iran and could have a complete surgery. And they now explicitly say in this new instruction that this is no longer possible. And there's a very important statement saying there should be no stereotypes like homo and bisexuals have no children and are not married to the other gender. And we do hope that they get more sensitive, but we also found the problem, and the problem is they do not yet understand what does it mean to live in a country where you are not allowed to have a partnership. Is there a right to partnership? And there is another point I would like to mention that is perhaps not yet so well known. I can pass it around and you can take a photo. The federal office, in cooperation with us, has prepared a list of terminology that's is also for interpreters what they should pay attention to, negative connotated words. And then there is a whole page on words in Urdu and other languages, so that then the quality of the interviews is much better. We also think that there will be a special legal consultation. There are asylum consultation that is now transferred from BAMF to charity organizations, and we really fought for a special legal consultation. There were even some people telling that this was against the Constitution, but now they say special legal consultation for queer refugees. And now we have 15 such consultation centers, and there is the National Action Plan Live as a Queer Person, and there is a special working group. And if you have information, please submit them to us. And the federal government has also sent a letter about protection need of refugees. And they say that the action plan aims at focusing on violence, that there are trainings also for those who provide shelters and accommodation. And I also brought our article about the discretion order. Thank you very much. Well, I think this deserves an applause because we saw what the civil society has done. So it takes training the civil society and also funding of the offers in order to ensure protection against violence. You mentioned the instruction about asylum and also the gaps that exist in this instrument, but it also provides the possibility to claim protection. And we can also use the sentences of the European Court of Justice. Anna, perhaps you could add what other legal standards exist beyond the Istanbul Convention and about the legal framework.
Well, of course, I can first of all speak about Article 60 that Louise already mentioned. So gender-sensitive asylum procedures are demanded, and also the recognition of gender-specific violence as a reason for fleeing, but also a gender-sensitive interpretation, as well as a gender-sensitive asylum procedure. And the Istanbul Convention, through the explanatory report, and this can also be seen in connection with the resolution of the Parliamentary Assembly of the Council of Europe, which looks specifically into gender-sensitive asylum procedures, but also UNHCR guidelines that are not binding as such, but can be an interpretation help when it comes to the Geneva Convention. And the Istanbul Convention is the first international treaty which explicitly says that gender-aware asylum procedures are necessary, and thus emphasizes the importance. And it also includes concrete proposals for the signatory states, also for the whole process. An early identification, as mentioned, identification of protection needs. And this is very important at an early stage in order to keep this in mind during the whole process. And together with the Parliamentary Assembly, there are specific and also recommendations also in terms of the construction and housing of asylum seekers, and specifically women, that they are separate from men, also separate sanitary facilities with sufficient light, and also protection from the guards, for example. So female guards is one requirement, and also training for all those who work in these shelters. And at the same time, supportive services should be provided for psychosocial, but also medical services, and also legal counseling. With regard to the asylum procedure, a gender-sensitive approach is required by the Istanbul Convention, but also other guidelines, also from the UNHCR. And all these guidelines and conventions emphasize that a sole asylum procedure and also hearing of women needs to be possible. So, irrespective of potential husbands or family members, also without the children, in order to create a free space to talk about the experienced violence and persecution, in order to keep in mind the protective requirements. And not only the Istanbul Convention, but also all other guidelines say that they need to be able to determine their own gender, and when there is proof of violence, the procedure needs to be interrupted in order to give the victims the possibility to freely talk about it. So the resolution 1940 from 2010 of the Parliamentary Assembly of the Council of Europe is very interesting, because it explicitly calls for an additional residence permit, which is basically the precursor of the asylum procedure, in order to take away the pressure from the asylum procedure, in order to be able to talk about post-traumatic stress disorders or experience of violence and things like that. The Istanbul Convention officially recognizes that for a long period of time people have been ignorant to gender, especially when it comes to the Geneva Refugee Convention, where the gender is not being mentioned. And the Istanbul Convention explicitly demands a recognition of the gender-specific violence as a severe violation of human rights, which is or should be seen as a reason for flight. And the Istanbul Convention demands that it becomes part of the reasons of the Geneva Convention. So a persecution can take place for racist, religious, nationality reason, or because of the participation to a specific group. And gender-specific persecution should also become part of this group of reasons. And the Istanbul Convention explicitly says that different reasons for persecution might come together. For example, the neglect of religious or traditional gender roles or behavioral norms. This can lead to persecution, also political or religious religious reasons, or also because people belong to a specific group. It's very difficult because gender-specific violence is usually not exerted by the state as such, but by private actors. And this means that during the asylum procedure, you have to prove that the state is not capable or not willing to provide protection against that. And the Istanbul Convention could be used in order to check whether the standards on prevention, protection, and persecution is being adhered to in the respective country. I mean, which is quite comprehensive if it would really be applied. And the obligation of the state is not only confined to not exerting violence, but there's also a due diligence obligation to protect people from violence from private actors. And this is not only an official ban, but also in practice, it cannot be tolerated. In Afghanistan, for example, where 2021, by law, child marriages were banned, but at the same time, this was the time where the number of child marriages exploded, so it spiked. So we really have to check whether it is implemented in practice and is not only put on paper. And as last aspect, I would like to say that credibility is one of the major issues in the asylum procedure, and how far can gender-specific persecution be proven. The Istanbul Convention recognizes that due to traumas, and we will hear more about it in the second panel, or long-term stigmatization or other issues, it's very difficult for people to openly discuss gender-specific violence in the procedure. This means, as a consequence, that these reasons are only disclosed later on, for example, during a court hearing, which the authorities then consider as incredible. However, the Istanbul Convention officially recognizes it, but it does not explicitly say how to deal with this problem. So the UNHCR has issued guidelines regarding credibility, where it says that whenever there is a situation that can be coherently explained, and when there is no contradiction to the facts that you know about the country of origin, then the statement of the victim should be considered credible. And I would like to focus on two basic regulations of the UNHCR, which is the shared burden of proof, which means that the asylum seeker needs to prove that there was some kind of persecution, but on the other hand, the authorities also have to make use of existing knowledge and existing facts. And there's a second fundamental principle which says that if no further proof can be supplied, that it should be interpreted in favor of the person or the victim. Earlier, the monitoring has been brought up. So as a concluding remark, I would like to say that the Istanbul Convention calls for comprehensive guidelines on gender-sensitive asylum procedures, and that there should also be a monitoring system which reviews the implementation in the individual countries. So this is a clear demand regarding asylum procedures. Thank you very much. That was actually an overview over the legal framework. We heard about Article 4, 60, 61 of the Istanbul Convention, the instructions on asylum, and the ruling of the European Court of Justice and the UNHCR guidelines, different resolutions of the Council of Europe, which help interpreting or can help interpret the Istanbul Convention. And we also heard and learned about the high requirements. This is good. There's a lot in it that we can make use of or could use of in the practice. And this brings me to the second round of questions that I would like to start with Nina Held. Nina, you are looking into asylum applications from queer women, especially in Germany. And the Grevio report, which investigates the implementation of the Istanbul Convention in Germany and was published last year, is the report of an expert body of the Council of Europe, which looks into the individual articles and tries to find out in how far has the historic convention been implemented in Germany. So this report does not explicitly mention the situation of queer refugees. And my first question to you is, especially after what we've heard from Philip, is this really surprising to you? Well, thank you very much. Interesting question. Hello. I'm very happy to be here today, and I would like to welcome you all personally. Well, I'm not really surprised. The Grevio report demands an intersectional perspective, and in so far it names specific groups of women, also asylum-seeking women and LGBTIQ women. And of course, we could also think of women who had to flee when you have this intersectional approach, but it's a pity that queer women are not mentioned explicitly, because what we see in general is that lesbian, bisexual women remain invisible, or are invisible, basically. And maybe it's already become clear in the cases that have been brought up here or that have been discussed in the media that there is this kind of visibility. And in our study, the Sochika study, I conducted more than 40 interviews, also group interviews in Germany with different groups of persons, also many civil society organizations, and we asked the questions, what's the share of LSBTI refugees in the group of refugees? And the answer was, well, we have approximately 70% gay men and 20% trans refugees and 10% lesbian and bisexual women. So there is this kind of invisibility. Menja and I are closely cooperating with the organization NETRA in Munich, which is one of the very, very few organizations in Germany which specifically supports queer female refugees. And it's very interesting what kind of experience this organization has made. And there it becomes quite clear how high the rejection notice for queer female refugees is. So in terms of the invisibility of queer women in general, I'm not really surprised. And the Grevio report, I just took down a few notes, could in some sections or should have mentioned queer female refugees. And I mean, we've worked in this field for many years already. We've demanded changes. And when it comes to safety in the shelters, I mean, there's some section in the report as well, but queer refugees are not mentioned there. Then access to services, queer refugees are not explicitly mentioned here either, although it has been an issue for many years. And especially what has been mentioned is when refugees are being located in the countryside, that the access to queer refugees is very difficult. And so civil society organizations and also we with our research for many years have shown what horrific consequences this might have for queer refugees when they do not have access to specific structures. The report also mentions trainings for justices and also for decision makers, but queer refugees are not being mentioned here either, or that we need further awareness raising on intersectionality, or that on the fact that queer refugees also experience sexualized violence and persecution. So there could have been different parts in the report where queer refugees should have been mentioned, and it's a pity that it has not been done. So thank you very much for this first introduction and this first assessment. And now I would like to ask a follow-up question, because you already said it. There is this invisibility of lesbian reality. So could you explain to us, why is it so decisive? What kind of difference does it make that in the public sphere there's a bigger understanding for gay or trans realities? What does it mean for a lesbian woman that this reality, this living reality, is not really present in the minds of the people? Well, in general, we have to say that when it comes to asylum procedures, 3 requirements need to be met by the person applying for asylum. First is the fear of persecution, or the proof of some persecution, or, as I said, the huge fear of persecution. And as Anna said, that it's one of the reasons that is mentioned in the convention, and usually with queer people it is the specific social group, so you have to prove that you belong to that specific group, that you are gay, lesbian, trans, bisexual, and thirdly, that there's no protection in your country against persecution. And these are very big challenges, especially for queer female refugees, to prove all these 3 elements when there is no awareness amongst the decision makers, no awareness for the life of lesbian, bisexual women in the countries of origin, but also here. I mean, very often there are stereotypes involved of a gay man who had his coming out and is living his sexuality as part of the queer scene, local scene, or maybe also stereotypes how a queer person is supposed to look like, or likes to behave, likes to act. So when these realities are more in the focus, then it's very difficult for queer or lesbian female refugees to get a positive assessment and positive answer in the asylum process. And what's very, very difficult is, and this is very decisive when it comes to the Istanbul Convention, in our research, we so far have not seen any decision where the Istanbul Convention has been mentioned. So no one really bases the decision on the Istanbul Convention, and the articles that should be applied are not being applied in the cases of queer refugees, because the intersectionality of gender-specific violence and sexualized violence is not being taken into account. So we have very many decisions that we've seen, rulings that we've seen, where it has been said, well, you have experienced violence from your husband because you were not loyal to him. You committed adultery, but it is not, I mean, a gender-specific violence is being seen, but it is not considered as connected to sexualized violence, and that queer women refugees, female refugees, can experience violence because of both grounds.
Well, let me stick to this point. We are in a public place, and we should use it to make clear how lesbian, queer realities of life can look like for refugee women. You look at the asylum procedures. So for you, it's probably very obvious that it is not a stereotypical young woman who just had her coming out and lives her queer life openly in a big city. What could queer realities look like? Well, first, let me say that queer refugee women coming to Germany lived often a very private life in their home countries. Often women had to marry even if they were aware of her sexuality. So marriage was a kind of protection because a single woman faces many problems in their home countries. The women often have children, and this is often used against them in a decision or ruling. You were married twice, you have children, and we often see, and Philip mentioned it, the discretion argument. The last rulings I looked at, it was not explicitly mentioned, but they say it was okay for many years, nothing has happened, you can go on. So but actually it was okay because sexuality was lived in secret, in addition to the family. Thank you. I think it's very good to hear this and also to understand why this change procedure is so important. Now, Anna, you specifically deal with refugee women affected by violence. We heard about forced marriages, sexualized violation, of which lesbian women are especially affected. And there are special protection provisions. How are they implemented? Well, I think it will not come as a surprise that they are very insufficiently implemented. It already starts with accommodation. There are no special concepts. There is no German state that has obligatory concepts as for protection against violence. Perhaps the Saarland is an exception. There are no obligatory trainings for judges or for the staff working in the shelters or accommodations, and people who decide in the asylum procedures. A big problem is that there are also no standardized screening procedures, so it is not determined whether a person deserves special protection. So there is also then no access to mental and social support structures. And the experienced violence is also not passed on to BAMF. Another problem is that BAMF that has not yet carried out trainings for all staff. There were about 211 so-called special officers for gender-based violence, and only a small percentage of them were women. So it might be a problem. And there is also no right to get such a special officer. It may happen at the request of the asylum seeker, but it is at the discretion of BAMF. And, well, often these officers are supposed to read the minutes of the interview, but in retrospective, another problem is that the women are often not aware that the violence they experienced is of relevance for the asylum procedure, because they do not get any consultation to this end. There is the right that the person who carries out the interview, that you decide whether they are male or female. There is also actually the right to ask for a woman. I have many clients who say they would prefer to be interviewed by a woman, but then people say, well, yeah, but it's not possible now, so you have to come again. And often this is just not possible because the women have children, have to care. And it's also a high psychological pressure that they just want to get it over with. Often families are hurt together, so there is no space to talk about gender-based violence because the husband and also the children are in the room, and mothers often do not want to address the violence. So often violence is disclosed only later, which is seen as less credible, and proof is very difficult. Though in 2019 there was a law on better implementation of sending people back. So special psychologists are needed to write the expertise, and there are not enough experts and also not enough trained interpreters. And one of the most important problems as to the credibility of proofs provided is often it is assumed that structural violence against women is a private matter. And this, of course, is a misjudgment. Thank you for this practical assessment. Now I would like to come to Louise. You cooperated with the expert body of the Council of Europe. When you hear this from German practice, what should happen here with regard to the convention, and what are the previous recommendations in relation to refugee women in Germany?
Okay, I think Anna said a lot of what I would say is common across a lot of countries, and I think sort of packaging those up, we face a culture of disbelief against migrants, and in terms of sexual orientation, gender identity in particular. I very, very strongly echo what Nina was saying about invisibility. And the problem with invisibility is it then ties into a lot of the other problems. If you have late disclosure, you're not believed. If you have late disclosure, you're put in detention, you're put through accelerated procedures, you're less likely to get a fair hearing, and all of those kinds of things. And a lot of this stems from a cultural problem that I think we have globally, that we don't believe women generally. And I think that's exacerbated in sexuality cases. So starting with those three small topics, one of the ways in which the Convention tries to address that is by embedding a different approach to looking at gender throughout policy and practice, and the requirements of a human rights-based approach and a gender-based approach. So looking at things slightly differently. And those issues of giving people space and time, right access to resources, ability to build up relationships of trust and confidence in a gender-sensitive environment, coupled with, for me in particular, I think, proper training of officials on the realities of people's lives. People don't fit into boxes. So you may have a husband, you may have some children, you may have lived in a repressive environment. It may take you on a different path to be in a position to be able to disclose what you fear and why you fear it, is the first thing. And secondly, my non-Grevio, non-Council of Europe view is that in European asylum determination, we tend to ignore the realities on the ground because it's problematic for states to accept that there are so many people at risk who can't live their lives in accordance with their human rights and freedoms in their states of origin. So against that background, in terms of the recommendations that were given to Germany, and I'm going to just read from some of those in the Grevio report, the Grevio report strongly encouraged the German authorities to establish nationwide uniform guidelines on procedures and criteria regarding identification in the asylum determination procedure of women who've been victims of gender-based violence. And so this is an issue that comes up quite often. Screening procedures are inadequate. Women aren't asked directly if they've experienced gender-based violence. And using the words gender-based violence is going to mean absolutely nothing to most of, certainly my clients. So it needs to be much more explicit, because the wording and the terminology to enable a lot of women to understand that what they've experienced is gender-based violence is important. Training is fundamental. There needs to be proper information provided to asylum-seeking women. And proper information isn't just you have to go to your appointment here, you can get a lawyer here. It's you may have different reasons for claiming asylum than your husband or your community tells you. This could be a reason that you fear returning to your home country. This is how it will be assessed. These are the things that you can expect. This is the sort of information you should be giving your counsellor, your lawyer, your decision maker, so that they can properly assess your claim. And this should be provided right from the outset, not at some point later in the procedure, and it should be in a language or a format that the woman can understand, because quite often we just assume that written language is going to be fine for everybody, and quite often that's not the case. Gender-sensitive questions should be included in the standard procedural interviews. And one of the things that, again, I found in practice is that I'll sit with a woman and watch her body language, and it'll become absolutely clear that whatever it is that has happened is probably not what I'm being told. And that the difficulty is getting over that disclosure barrier and how you get over that disclosure barrier. And sometimes that requires better questions, and sometimes it requires more time. And those are things that are not often taken into account. In terms of accommodation, this is also raised as a priority for Germany to offer adequate and safe accommodation. And again, a reiteration of the requirement to screen and prevention and protection of gender-based violence in reception centres. And I would add to that, in terms of lesbian and queer women, there are very particular issues that arise in reception and accommodation centres in terms of where and how people are accommodated, what spaces they have to go to, and where they're able to seek help and to make complaints. And additionally, to grant access both in law and in fact to specialist support services, including counselling for experiences of gender-based violence. And whilst I agree, and this is, again, a personal opinion, I agree that there are probably insufficient counsellors and insufficient psychologists. I have a real concern that we over-medicalise the requirement of proof, and we do it in particular in sexuality cases where you're required to prove something that just can't be proved. And so you end up turning a life identity into something that has to be proved by a medical condition attached to it. And I think we need to be a little bit careful of going down that path, because I think it's harmful generally.
Vielen, vielen Dank. Das waren nochmal auch ganz wichtige Punkte.
Thank you very much. These were very important points we will also address in the afternoon. What are the specific needs of traumatized queer women? What are the problems of accommodation? Also, thank you very much about this statement about the culture of distrust. Actually, it should be the other way around, so that if there are no specific proof, this should be to the benefit of the interviewee. But we have to think how we can overcome it. I would like to use the time to ask Louise and Philip about the reform plans in the EU. The German umbrella organization wrote after the 8th of June that the ink under the Istanbul Convention was not yet dried when the principles were already trampled upon. Louise, I would like to ask you, the Istanbul Convention applies especially to asylum issues at the EU level. Will it be possible in future to claim and to prove that the standards about accommodation, asylum procedures, gender-sensitive reception conditions, that they are also complied with at the EU borders?
I'm not going to be able to answer this question properly, but I think it raises a very pressing and difficult question about externalization more generally. So not just in respect of accommodation, but also in respect of breaches of Article 3, ill treatment, externalizing responsibility so that asylum seekers are outside the jurisdiction of the EU. And the problem with being outside the jurisdiction of both the EU and Europe is extraterritorial application of the human rights conventions. And I have very real concerns about that, not just in the context of accommodation centres, but in terms of things like the actions that Frontex are already taking in preventing boats from leaving refugee-producing countries rather than preventing them from arriving. And this is something that's not fully on the radar of many of us in the field. And I think there will be creative attempts to look at the way you can use the various European conventions and provisions to say that the states have a responsibility. But I think legally it's going to be very, very, very difficult. because unless you're in the territory, then you're not responsible.
Ja, vielen Dank. Das ist in der Tat ein sehr
Thank you. This is quite a somber outlook. And I would like to go a bit more into detail here. Philip Brown, you dealt with the comprehensive compromise at the EU level about the common European interviewing system and what impact will it have?
Well, but first, I would like to come back to the Istanbul Convention, because one aspect which is very important to me has not been mentioned. I mean, I thought about our experience with the Federal Migration Authority and the courts. I did not only look at the instructions called asylum, but there's also a court ruling which positively refers to the Istanbul Convention, which says that women should be seen as a social group because the Federal Migration Authority and the courts do not do it usually. And I've got a drastic example from the Federal Migration Authority. There's an EU study from the EU Asylum Agency on Afghanistan, which says that women are at risk in Afghanistan in general. However, the Federal Migration Authority is not prepared to implement that because they follow the argument also of courts that women should not be considered in some way different, so they cannot be seen as a social group. But I think that this might not be the right place, but we should think about how we can approach politics. And when the Bundestag has decided once that women are a social group, if this is possible, then the question is why the Federal Migration Authority does not base its decisions on that finding. So thank you very much. I am going to take this with me. And we also prepared, we also have many contacts and network. Henny Engels, board member, we are also ready to sit down together in Berlin. So this was the case of Afghanistan, and it is really a drastic example because this shows, where women are actually driven out of all spheres of life. However, the Federal Migration Authority is not prepared to concede them a general refugee status. Well, so as I already mentioned, the report is 300 pages long, 2 texts that have been approved now, but this is only the Council approval. The Parliament will be part of the trilogue, so there might still be some amendments, and of course we will facilitate that, but we are not really hopeful, considering the political situation. The problem basically is that it is stipulated that people coming from countries with a recognition ratio of less than 20% will have to go through these border procedures. And the federal government was asked yesterday from which country the number of protection seekers were quite high, but the recognition rate very low. So these are the 3 Maghreb countries: Egypt, Pakistan, Georgia, Venezuela. So there are many court rulings in Germany which say that queer people coming from those countries, also binary person, etc., should be protected. And in the text, it's not very clear how they want to treat vulnerability in these border proceedings. There should be the right to get a hearing or the interview with a person of the same sex. But individual member states can enhance the list of so-called safe third countries. So in Germany, the CDU-CSU, and unfortunately also the Interior Ministers' Conference want to name Morocco and Algeria as safe third states. And last Saturday, when we took to the streets together with Pro Asyl and the Hessian Refugee Council, we had someone from Tunisia who said that in Tunisia, gay and bisexual men are being tortured by the state because, I mean, when there's this suspicion that someone is gay or bisexual, then there's a forced medical check of the anus, and people are forced to undergo that in order to determine whether the suspicion is correct or not, and then they're persecuted. So the question is whether we have the right proceedings, whether people feel safe enough to talk about it. I mean, we already know how the situation in Germany is, so many people tell about these things only later in the proceeding. So this is why we were against the compromise, and we hope, and now this brings me back to the pragmatic side. So in the discussion with the Parliament, we would like to have the LGBTIQ stipulated as a very vulnerable group, and we want the groups taken out of the procedure. However, it's very difficult because for families with children, I mean, there's not even a majority. And the Commission, for example, would have to provide funding if we would go forward with that or manage to go forward with that. And it's very difficult if Turkey or Tunisia are considered safe third states. So we are only at the beginning of the whole process, but as I said, we are quite grateful that many civil society organizations have come together in a network. There are discussions ongoing, however, the 300-page as well. I looked at them, and there's only very little on gender. So I was looking for gender or sex in the English original, and apart from some hints that you should have the right to have an interview of the same sex, or that at some point it mentions persecution, it doesn't mention these terms. And this was also an issue in the Bundestag already. A safe third state should have signed the Geneva Refugee Convention, but now it says it's sufficient when certain other criteria are present. And it also mentions that you can set up a list of states as EU or as a member state and put names of allegedly safe states on that list, even though not all parts in that state, not all regions in that state are safe, or not all groups are considered safe in this state. So, but we have a clear view on that. It needs to comprise the whole country and all groups. And so this is why we said, this is why we were against the push of the CDU-CSU idea that Georgia, for example, or the Maghreb states should be put on the safe countries list. So in Georgia, for example, a few years ago, the CSD was attacked by right-wing nationals. Many people were injured, and now a large part of the politicians say, well, Georgia is a safe third country. So this is really horrific. Thank you very much for the detailed insights, which show quite clearly that it's not only an invisibility of lesbians, but all queer living realities, especially when it comes to those people who are the decision makers. So now I would like to open up the round for questions from the audience. Is there a first question? And to the technicians, do we have a second microphone? Otherwise, we can come to you. And while we do this, maybe one of you would like to complement the issue of the reform. What does the reform mean? Well, We first hear the answer from the floor. Does it now work? Okay. So I think the impact will be horrific, as we all fear, because people already know the camps at the borders, which are basically detention centers without any medical treatment or any human rights-based shelter. So the 300-page report, I mean, it doesn't mention it at all. It speaks about procedural requirements, but the question now is whether they will be taken out of the border procedure. What I think is very interesting is the claim of female interpreters, etc. So it only stipulates that if possible, it should be made sure. But as far as we know, it will never be possible. And at the outer borders, we will not see any improvement. So that much about it. But unfortunately, I have only very little hope in this regard. So we've got a question here in the front row. Well, my name is Martin Balmezirot. I'm from the local authorities in Mitte, and I'm a representative for queer issues. I'm quite thrilled about what has been said on the panel, but I've got a definition question. There are queer refugees, and there is the group of the Flinter refugees. And of course, when it comes to the definition, it's a huge difference, and I do not want it to be mixed up, because the Istanbul Convention targets the group girls and women. So I think that the word queer refugees, which is, I would also appreciate Flinter refugees be part of the title, because otherwise we might run the risks that it is predominantly about cis men. So queer refugees, as I said, I would prefer the term Flinter, because when we say queer refugees, it might include gay cis men. This would be a completely different approach. But when we discuss the Istanbul Convention here, then we should take a close look at the definition. And my question is, what does the title actually mean? This is the one aspect. And my second is that I am responsible for the Berlin district Mitte, which is quite attractive for international people. So I'm quite happy that the issue of queer people is being approached, that there are protected areas for them or protected spaces for them. And it has also been mentioned in the coalition agreement. So there should be more women's shelters. Then a rainbow house should be set up, and I like both things very much. But what is missing is that we have a house for Flinter specifically. So I would appreciate further discussions with politics that it's not only about gay cis men, because usually they have more areas where they can go, more I would like to specifically to look at non-binary, intersexual, trans, and agender persons, which is another group. So usually we have services for gay cis men. So thank you very much for this, for pointing this out. Maybe I, as a moderator, can say 2 words on that. On the one hand, of course, we specifically focus on the topic of queer female refugees, but there are always intersections with women who have experienced violence, also heterosexual violence, heterosexual women who experience violence, and also queer cis men. So we try to find out where we can build good alliances. This is one aspect. And the other is, which many people might not know, that the Istanbul Convention, in its explanatory report, also mentions that these regulations, especially when it comes to the protection of refugees, that the regulations should also be transferred to queer refugees. I mean, this is not binding, but it is a recommendation. So this is also something that we can make use of. This is also a power of the convention, that it can be applied also to groups beyond women and girls. But Nina, I would like to ask you now, because it has just been mentioned, what do we need specifically for lesbian women in the asylum procedure? Maybe you can point this out. What is missing? What would you have as recommendations to politicians? And if there are further remarks from the audience, we're pleased to have them. Well, I would like to come back to the fundament of the Istanbul Convention. So asylum procedures need to be gender neutral and provide space in order to openly discuss, for example, sexualized violence, etc. So I can only repeat what Louise has said earlier in terms of the credibility. This is really a huge issue. And especially what the Federal Migration Authority expects is the BAMF, the Federal Migration Authority, expects a gap, less description with many details, which is, in particular for queer female refugees, very difficult. So just imagine you've experienced gender-specific violence in connection with sexualized violence, and now you have to talk about both things, about the gender-specific violence, but also the sexual orientation or sexuality with a person that you do not know at all, with an interpreter present, which is hampering your speech flow, your speaking flow. And there are so many things happening there in these situations. It's quite interesting. I mean, if I look at the Federal Migration Authority decisions, at the beginning there's a summary of the case, and you get the impression, well, this or that does not really make sense here. But if you have an interview with the women themselves, which I did very many times throughout my research, then you get a completely different impression. And so for me, the main important thing is what Louise has just said. You have to create this space, and you have to take the time. It needs gender-specific. We need more and more trainings for those people who conduct the interviews and who take the decisions. So when it comes to the asylum procedure, this is basically the decisive aspect. And also what we've said in terms of the accommodation or shelters, so much needs to happen there. I interviewed a woman, for example, who was allocated in army barracks in the middle of the woods, and she had to live there for 1.5 years with her daughter. I don't think that they do it nowadays anymore. This is a few years back, but she was actually cut off all the structures. And I mean, what we've not really discussed on this panel, and what I also would like to mention, is that if you think from an intersectional perspective, then on the other hand, it refers to the to what the person has experienced due to her or his gender, ethnicity, or whatever. But it's also always about power structures. And here, I think, especially when it comes to credibility, we see some kind of intersectionality in terms of racism, homophobia, transphobia, what is not really palpable very often. But if you read one decision after the other, then you get the impression that these power structures and discrimination, etc., come together, and that, well, we need to do something about it. Thank you very much. This brings us back to the culture of mistrust and not believing and defining of truth. I mean, this is a question of power. And we have another question in the audience.
My name is Marlise Andre. Sakura, I work in medicine, but I'm also an activist. My intersection is medicine and trans, inter, and binary asylum seekers, so migration. My question to the panelists is, the European Commission and the Council of Europe published a report where they gave a checklist on what member states can do. This is, for example, providing proper housing that is gender sensitive, that is sensitive to what Article 3 says. So considering like trans refugees are coming in and somebody is identifying as a trans woman, they're not supposed to be housed in a lager that is for trans men. But we are seeing this lack of standardization across Germany, and we are seeing that there have been actual reports of people saying that BAMF and the social workers didn't believe me because, for example, I'm not taking hormones, so I'm not very passing. And so to what extent, my question is, have you seen the implementation, actual implementation of the Istanbul Convention? Because my idea is that it's just a convention that Germany is supposed to follow, but there is lacking actual implementation that the government is supposed to do. And the last question is, what is the connection and what is your opinion on the contradiction of GES and the Istanbul Convention? Thank you.
Gibt es gerade noch weitere Fragen? Dann könnten wir eine.
Are there other questions? So I could accept just one before we have a final round. First, thank you very much for this symposium. Well, I know from the rural area that people are often put somewhere in the forest, in the barrack, and this is also because the government does not require new buildings, but just the renovation. So old GDR army barracks are often used. And I wonder, I see what is happening in Berlin or Cologne or Munich. I work in Saxony-Anhalt, and I see it's very difficult to get competencies to Saxony-Anhalt. The big association focus on big cities. What about the rural area, which is a problem because people are housed there more and more? So 3 questions to the panelists. First, the implementation of these standards of the Council of Europe for queer refugees, the difference between GERS and the IC, and what could be done in order to make progress in the implementation of the convention to the rural area. The first question I would like to address to Louise, because I assume that the person who asked the question referred to your publication about these standards from the Council of Europe. You have experience in different countries. How do you see this issue?
So I see, ultimately, this is a political issue. So the convention exists. It sets out a set of standards. Alongside the convention, there's the publication that I wrote on Articles 60 and 61 and the implementation of those articles. And then over the last couple of years, we've had the recommendation on protection of migrant women, which is Council of Ministers Recommendation 2022-17, which sort of further elaborates on some of those issues. From that, you then have the monitoring process with the recommendations, and then the Council of the Committee of the Parties will monitor those recommendations politically. The other way that I think that you can use the convention for better implementation in individual countries is by looking at the European Convention of Human Rights and using the standards that are in the Istanbul Convention alongside the ECHR to see whether states are breaching the private and family life of migrants and refugees, whether they're breaching the non-discrimination provisions or whether they're breaching Article 3 provisions in terms of protection or inhuman and degrading treatment in accommodation provision. So those would be my suggestions of the ways that you can encourage implementation through both a political process and perhaps a court process.
Dankeschön. Dann würde ich einmal noch ganz...
Thank you. Well, looking at the time, I would now ask Philip and Anja to say something about the issues. So the asylum compromise and or the rural area. Well, just pick out a question. I feel able to say something about the implementation of the Istanbul Convention. I think what Louise said, yes, it's a political issue. If you take the implementation of the IC seriously, this asylum reform cannot be implemented. But we have also a European Basic Rights Convention, and the reform violates all this. The problem is this is not being seen. We talked to members of the European Parliament, and they just do not see it. Actually, I got the feeling that the reality at the outer border is not perceived, or they just do not want to accept it because it is a de facto imprisonment, and they overlook it. They say, well, there will be alternatives to an imprisonment. It was only to protect the people. And we read from different countries that the imprisonment will protect people against gender-based violence. There is no legal to it, but politically the reality is just pushed aside, and they say things will be completely different from what we now see at the outer borders. Philip, well, going back from the outer borders to rural Anhalt, Saxony-Anhalt. I hope that these issues will also play in the discussion of the National Action Plan. I'm not quite sure where the different consultation centers will finally be localized. I think it was not intended to do it just in these big cities, and Lily Trasand is here. We also did something, Lilith and Ina, you have done quite a lot in order to get the consultations more into the rural areas. And if you have problems in individual procedures, we should do it. And if you see any problems, then please approach us, because perhaps we just have to show to them what needs to be changed. So thank you very much. I would like to close the first panel. So we always did a balancing act between devastating phenomena we see, but also small positive steps. And let me encourage you to all to deal with the Istanbul Convention and the recommendations concretely given to Germany. So the Council of Europe already submitted a list of homework to Germany, what Germany should do and implement until 2025. And this also includes support to especially vulnerable groups. And we also form alliances here. And this is what we currently need. Thank you very much.
Okay, dann.
Well, I guess we can resume with the next panel. I would like to welcome you all to the second panel of this expert conference. Now we would like to talk about trauma and violence prevention, and we would like to focus on protection and special focus on the needs of queer women refugees. And we have different people on the panel, everyone with a lot of expertise, and I'm looking forward to all your contributions. I would briefly like to introduce the colleagues. To my left is Margaret Goeth. She is a psychologist and psychotherapist. She's been a member of the VLSP since 1993, and for more than 20 years she has been an advisor of the management board of Plus EV, which provides offers and counseling on diversity of sexual orientation and gender. And for many years, Margaret has been committed to the counseling of queer refugees. And since 2021, she's been a member of the LGBT or LGBTI Commission of the city of Mannheim. Welcome to you. And next to her, to my left, is Lilith Braza. She's an expert consultant, and she's been advocating for the rights of queer refugees in Germany since 2015. She's also a certified online speaker, consultant, and empowerment trainer, and member of the board of Queeren Netzwerk NRW e.V. and Sofra Queer Migrants e.V., and holds a degree in environmental science with a focus on migration and climate change. Welcome to you, Lilith. And Marie-Louise Löffler sits next to her, and I'm always wondering whether experts like you sleep at one point of time during the day, because Marie-Louise Löffler is Women's and Equal Opportunities Officer of the City of Heidelberg and part of the team of the Equal Opportunities Office of City of Heidelberg. And in her activities at the local, state, and federal levels in Germany, as well as the EU level, she focuses on gender, intersectionality, and anti-racism, on which she has researched and lectured extensively at the University of Leipzig and also the Berkeley University in California. A particular focus of her current work is on violence against women and the Istanbul Convention. And the projects that she's conducted in this connection will be dealt with in a moment. And give her a big round of applause to Marie-Louise Löffler. And Avandala is the other participant in our panel. He works and lives in Berlin, but he's got experience from the work with refugees from Cairo and Berlin, but he studied pharmacy in Egypt, and he is focused on refugees from Sudan, Eritrea, and Ethiopia, and later on also Syria. But today, his research focuses on public health, flight and migration, as well as radical sexual policies. So I'm looking forward to the discussion. Well, we will follow up on today's discussion. This morning we were largely focusing on the legal aspects and also the protections in the Istanbul Convention, but the Istanbul Convention also focuses on protection and support. And now we would like to look at the special needs of queer female refugees that have experienced violence. The panel was set up in light of the gaps that we still see in our practical work and our everyday life. So first of all, I would like to talk to Marie. She's one of the spiritual mothers, so to speak, of this panel. And we already heard about the lack of understanding of female perspectives, queer perspectives. And in Heidelberg, you conducted a study in which you also identified gaps when it comes to violence against all women, not only refugees, but in general. So maybe you can give us more insights into the study. Yes, sure, of course. In Heidelberg, between 2019 and 2021, and together with the EU Commission, we conducted a pilot project, Guide for You, in the course of which we have conducted a study via a form, a questionnaire, which was addressed to women who had experienced domestic violence. And we wanted to evaluate what have the women in our region experienced, what kind of violence had they experienced, and did they get help? Did they seek help or did they not? This was very important for us. Also, the unreported cases were very important for us. So why did these women not seek help or did not get help? I mean, we have a good support system in Heidelberg, but you know that we do not reach many of these women. So, and we also asked the women what would be their wish if they had been in contact with us at the time, what would they have wished for? So in order to advance the whole system and to learn from that. And the results were quite interesting and very relevant. So 90% of the women said that they had severe psychological difficulties and were traumatized due to the violence they had experienced, but that they hardly got or found any support, neither in Heidelberg or the overall region. And so one of the first wishes they have expressed were trauma therapy, so the possibility of a psychosocial support. And this was one aspect where we thought, okay, if we extend this to refugees and gender-specific violence, where the prevalence is extremely high of female refugees, and then connect this to the issue of trauma, and then consider how high the hurdles are for female refugees, especially also queer female refugees, to get access to services at all, then the result or the conclusion was that we really have to focus on this aspect. And this was why we came up with the idea of this panel. We wanted to discuss this. What's the current situation? What does the Istanbul Convention say about it? And what would be the actual need? Thank you very much. I would like to continue with you, Amadallah. In Egypt, but also in Berlin, you worked with refugee communities on sexual health, but you also focus on sexualized violence. So from your perspective or your experience, what are the obstacles, the hurdles for refugees, especially queer refugees, so that they cannot seek help or find help?
So, yeah, it's working. Thank you for the question. Thank you for having me here. Hello, everybody. As you mentioned, I have experience with working with refugees in different contexts. So I worked with refugees in Egypt, and in a country like Egypt, the refugee system is mainly made of UNHCR and the organizations that are supported by UNHCR. So that UNHCR is the United Nations body responsible for refugees, and they kind of shape the system for refugee support around the world, and all the guidelines are coming from UNHCR. I was working for a program in an independent organization that was not part of UNHCR system, so we actually had the position of advocating for refugees and to help them navigate that very complicated system. And I was working in a program for gender-based violence, so I was working with people who mostly experienced, like queer people, women who experience either domestic violence or sexual violence, rape. To be honest, I expected when I started working in this field that there would not be people coming in the context like a city like Cairo that is very difficult to navigate, especially for refugees. However, there were people who managed to find us and to always come to us and report the issues and trying to come out of the very severe situations that they were going through. And I think, I mean, the big topic of the panel today is trauma. And working with trauma is a very difficult experience. We all know this. And it shows you the worst of human life, but it also shows you the best because it shows you the power of people to try to begin a new beginning and to care about something more than their own survival, but to care also about community and how to support each other. So to answer your questions a bit, the barriers that people face or refugees face, and especially queer refugees in seeking help, some of these barriers are barriers because these are just difficult issues to address. It's hard for anybody who survived, especially sexual violence, to go and ask for help. Sometimes it's just hard to talk to even your closest friend about it. So this is a problem that is just a global problem. It's hard for people to start to talk about it. But if we're talking about queer refugees, then there are the other problems, and very specific problems about language, about safety, about where you don't know where to seek help, or maybe that structures that provide help don't have refugees as one of the target groups. Or this is also what trauma does. It just ruptures your trust in other people. So, or creates problems in memory. So that's a big barrier for people to just seek help. And all of these things become more complex when we're talking about refugees. In my experience working with queer refugees in Cairo in particular, a lot of the people have actually experienced violence from their own refugee community. So it makes them very hard for them to seek help because they already feel that they are exposed within the community that they work with. And if they go to an NGO or they go to a place to ask support, they might meet people from their own community there. So it was always a concern for us how to ensure the privacy and the discretion for people, especially talking about things that are very sensitive, and how to create a safe space even in the support structures so that they don't have to deal with all of those barriers.
Vielen Dank für diese
Thank you very much for the interesting insights also into another system and other states of destination, so to speak. So there are different, the different support system. So Lilith, maybe you can give us more insights on your experience also with the project Queer Refugees Germany. Can you follow up on that? How's the situation for refugees or queer female refugees who have experienced violence in terms of the services that they get? Well, this is a very important question, first of all, but at the same time, there is not a uniform answer, not a single answer, because there are so many cases of violence that we have collected over the years. We do not know where to start or how can we reach the victims, because they are systemic and structural problems, but there are also individual problems that are not being taken into account. But what can I say? Well, similar to what Avadallah said or also Marie said, when the people are traumatized, they need a psychotherapy. They need support so that they can overcome the trauma. However, the problem is the services that are being provided. When we talk about structural problems in Germany, I mean, up until an asylum procedure has been concluded, either positively or negatively, until they, let's say, get a positive reply from the Federal Migration Authority or maybe a positive ruling from a court, then they get a health card, so to speak, from the health insurance provider. Then, only then, they can start a therapy. They cannot start it based on certificates provided by the welfare office, for example. And then we are faced with problems who work in this field. We have especially seen this with lesbian women. They are being attacked also in women's shelters. The COVID pandemic was not a good time for us. So with the Queer European Asylum Network, we had expert conferences on this subject. But recently we found out that many people could not reach us throughout the pandemic because there was no internet. They had to go to an internet cafe, for example, or go to a major city in order to get free Wi-Fi, in order to contact us. So there are many structural problems. So what are we doing now to reduce the violence or to alleviate the situation? There are two projects from the Family Ministry. One is the D-book, the decentralized counseling and also accommodation for refugees. This helped us a lot because this allowed for access to violence concept coordinators and protection against violence. And the second one is the one of BAF, the Be Safe project. And the federal government answered the Grevio questions by mentioning Be Safe, this project, which runs until the end of the year. And I found it quite interesting when I read about this. So for the Istanbul Convention, we use D-book and Be Safe, even though, we are doing this as obviously as a federal government in order to catch two birds with one stone. Well, that's the way it is. But to come back to your question, all these requests that reach us or have reached us over the past years throughout the pandemic and also now, people do not know where to go, whom to approach. This is a huge problem. We are not talking about this. There's a shortage of skilled workers also in the major cities, especially also, of course, in the countryside. We already heard today that in Saxony-Anhalt, there are women who are not provided with sufficient services or who are brought to direct army barracks. So we act as if with projects like D-book and Be Safe, we have reached our goals, but that's not the case. The violent prevention projects need to be structurally implemented also in the countryside, in the rural areas. And there is a date from Grevio which says that Germany should actually achieve that by December 2025, but let's wait and see how this is being done. At the moment, I don't think that we will be able to implement it by then.
Thank you. This brings us into the measures and perhaps also positive initiatives. But I would like to take one step backwards and to take all of you along when it comes to the issue of trauma. I'm a political scientist, and outside of psychotherapy, not everybody knows what does trauma mean, what does it do to people. Abdallah has already mentioned there may be memory problems. Trust is a major issue. But I would like to ask you, Margaret, to give us a definition of trauma and what does it mean to work in a trauma-sensitive way. I hope you will follow me on a small excursion to deal with trauma. The term is used in different respects, often synonymous with consequences of trauma. Let me start right from the beginning. Trauma is an extremely threatening event or the consequence of such events. The trauma experienced by people may be very difficult or different. It can be neglect, violence, or natural disasters. And such a trauma has consequences at different levels, mainly on the neuropsychological level and the psychological level. We all know when we experience a shock, you get the feeling time passes more slowly, or sometimes even that it passes faster. So the brain tries to process this extraordinary experience by separating the knowledge, what happened, and the feeling, how did I feel, are stored in a different way, and the brain doesn't want to bring these two things together because it's quite burdensome. This may lead to other mental or physical consequences, but this is not a must. Many people experience such burdensome experiences, but they can cope with it in their environments without developing a disease or a disturbance. Not everybody is poor and helpless. Many people have astonishing resources to cope with it, but of course, you must not rely on it that people will cope somehow. So it's very important to examine where do people stand. Looking at queer women, one point is clear. If a very threatening event is caused by people, so I can experience a natural disaster, not man-made, well, perhaps indirectly man-made. Perhaps this was not the best example. But when people exercise violence on me, then it's more burdensome and more difficult to cope with. If it happens repeatedly and in an environment that accepts this violence, if there is nobody around me who says this is not okay, this is not correct, then it becomes burdensome. So queer women experience man-made traumas, often repeatedly, and in an environment where they do not hear, this is not okay, we are on your side. Then it shows that such a situation is more burdensome. And what happens is often consequences of fear, loss of trust. People can't remember things. People seem to be emotionally deprived. And as a result, they seem to be even less credible. This will we will come back to this in an asylum process where the credibility plays a major role. This is very dangerous, and trauma sensitive now means that the services offered should take into consideration these phenomena, and for instance, that you first get a report that is perceived like be written by a robot, because this is a protection mechanism of those people. But we are used to people speaking in an emotional way, and this is why we do not believe them. We will come to the asylum processes, but now, Marie, you are an expert on the Istanbul Convention and the requirements made. What are the exact requirements when it comes to trauma and refugees? I was very pleased with the first panel. Many things were already discussed, so I do not want to enter into gender-based violence under the Istanbul Convention. You explained this, Anne, but I would like to speak about support and access to support services. I already mentioned some things under Article 60, paragraph 3, flight. The support services are mentioned, and there the explanatory report gets very specific: psychological consultation, medical supply, and shelters are mentioned. And I think Article 20 also plays a role. Bless you. Where the specialized medical services are mentioned. Article 20 says that specialized medical services must be provided short-term and long-term everywhere, and sufficiently funded. I would like to underline these 3 points. So the resources, the last point, is also very important. And when you look at the explanatory report about Article 20, it specifically says that all women are meant, so the article should be applied to all women, and it says adapted to the specific needs of the target group. So it's not a one-fits-all solution. And it also says that this is not only about shelter and medical care, but immediately short-term and long-term psychological consultation. And the issue of trauma is also mentioned. So at least in theory, the situation, the legal situation is very clear. Unfortunately, practice is a different matter. Thank you for this explanation. Some of the hurdles were already mentioned, how to access this right. So the access to health insurance services, we will come back to this. But let me ask you, Margaret, first. Going back to traumata, this morning we heard what trauma-sensitive hearing should look like. Could you perhaps spell out the problems traumatized women, especially traumatized queer women, face during asylum procedures. So I talk for Baden-Württemberg, for this state. There is no statewide screening before a hearing whether women are traumatized, have experienced violence. So they have to report it themselves on their own initiative. And even if they can do this, then the consultation center are not sufficiently resourced or equipped. So the first point is a high degree of invisibility, especially of women and queer people, and especially queer women. The extent of the violence experienced is underestimated, also caused by hushing up queer and homophobic violence that also are an attitude in Germany. So you cannot imagine that also a same-sex queer partnership may experience violence, or that blackmail plays a role in same-sex partnerships. So blackmail that is a threat in the community of origin. So some points are just not taken seriously, but all studies, also studies carried out in Germany, show that women who do not comply with traditional role models experience more violence. And as I said before, trauma leads to coping mechanisms. I try to live with it to the best of my knowledge. And one coping mechanism is to switch off your emotions and not to remember things. And this is in sharp contrast to the hearing situation, interview situation, where you are expected to report details. This requires a preparation for the interviews. Often the refugees do not have access to expertise preparation, and it also says that such interviews may pose health risks because there is the danger of re-traumatization. During the last years, when I did this job, I told people I am, as a psychological consultant, actually should recommend you not to talk about these trauma experience because you are not stable enough. But as to the legal situation, I have to recommend to you to discuss it with as many details as possible, with as much emotions as possible. Though it's a very difficult situation, we have to be very clear what happens after the interview, who can deal with the refugees afterwards so that they can cope with it. And actually here we come full circle. Theoretically, it's possible to get a certificate and saying there are traumatic follow-up consequences, and then the interview can be postponed. But often the refugees do not even have access to health professionals. And for many, this insecurity is so burdensome that you cannot recommend them to postpone the interview. But traumata can only be dealt with when people are in a safe space. So how can we work with the people in such a situation? How can we help women? There should be something like a kind of residence permit for the time of the trauma therapy. And here I see a major gap. How seriously do we take it? We are talking about traumatized people. And actually, my impression is we just don't want to take it seriously. Thank you. It makes very clear there are contradictory logics faced by consultants. Avadallah, you also worked with traumatized people. You worked in the community for many years. Perhaps you can add your experience. What are special needs of queer people who experience sexualized violence? What kind of support they need?
Yes, thank you for the question. So, I mean, it's always, yeah, and this is the point that some people has raised, and also Marie, you said that the first panel covered a lot of things. It's hard to talk about queer refugees as one group because it is, such a diverse and big group, and there is so many different stories of how that asylum process works. So some people have fled because of their sexual orientation and gender identity, and some people have fled because of other political reasons, because of war, and they also happen to be queer, and that also kind of creates a bit of distinction of how to address these issues, how to address their needs. I think one of the things that also comes up a lot is that people are coming with trauma that they have experienced maybe in their countries or on the way to arrive to Germany, but the experience of asylum itself is not described as a traumatic experience. So sometimes the arrival, having loss of control over where you live, whether if it's where in Germany or which kind of housing you are in, losing this control and this isolation and trying to navigate a helping system that is sometimes it has sometimes the ability to provide needs, but also carries the risk of re-traumatizing people. When you are seeking help, it's a very vulnerable place to be, and that exposes people to further re-traumatization. So I mentioned that I was working in Egypt specifically on sexual and gender-based violence, and because it was a different system, so we also had different practices. For example, people who survived sexual assault or domestic violence, in order to avoid the situation that happens of re-traumatization or the situation that happens with the asylum interview, we worked and we advocated and had to fight a lot for that, that these experiences would be filled in a form, in a report, with the help of social workers who are trained to talk about these issues. And this form will accompany the people through the system that they're navigating further, so that they don't have to repeat the story one more time, but rather have this report that would be acknowledged and recognized as part of their claim. So this is, this was one of the practices, because moving to Germany, of course, there are things that you don't work with the UNHCR anymore. You work with state structures. And just to a little bit about this idea of state structures, because I think when we're trying to address the issues of these communities that we're trying to reach out to, we're advocating for structural issues, as Lilith just said, and we're trying to address how the BAMF works, how the process works. But also, I think we need to look at another picture, which is how are the queer refugees communities are organized themselves, and what kind of help options that exist within these communities. For a lot of people, the first people that they ask for help are people from their own community as well. So, and this is also how people know where to go. This is how people who come to me, as I work here in Germany in the Berliner Aidshilfe. So I shifted my focus here from sexualized violence to sexual health. But if you talk to people about sexual health, if people come to you for a test for HIV, for example, they're not just going to talk about HIV. They're going to talk about their sexual life. They're going to talk about maybe experiences of sexual violence. They're going to talk about issues like coming out. They're going to bring their trauma. And as mentioned before, there is a huge gap in mental health services for queer refugees. For people to actually have psychotherapy, that would be a huge privilege. And I'm not saying, I mean, not just for queer refugees, for a lot of people who come from different backgrounds and don't speak German, for example, it's going to be a huge gap for them to reach that. So for us as psychosocial workers who were working with people, we were doing a lot of the work that we were not supposed to do. It was supposed to be happening in different settings. But because of these barriers, then we have to address and work with these issues and talk to people about them. And as I said, so the people would reach me because they heard about somebody else in the community, or they know that there is somebody that speaks their language in the organization. So a lot of times people will just tell me, oh, I saw that there is somebody who speaks Arabic in this organization, so I decided to come here. So these are the things that people need. People need to find a community and hear in the community about these options. I think, for example, if you want to encourage and allow people to find services like that, you should go to the source, which is here the structure. You need to go to BAMF. You need to go to like the places where actually people will have to be. You don't have, if you're as an asylum seeker, you don't have the option not to go there. You have to be there. But also, we need to look at outside the structure or of the state, and then there are the alternative structures of communities and queer refugee communities, and allow people to share the knowledge and allow some sort of peer-to-peer education to take place as well.
Vielen, vielen Dank.
Thank you very, very much. These were very important aspects, and thank you very much for reminding us. I mean, this has been mentioned this morning several times already, that in particular when it comes to asylum procedures and asylum for traumatized people, then it's always about the individual situation. It's never a group, even though we split them up and take a look at the different intersections, there's still very individual and different stories. So you already touched upon the topic of re-traumatization, and I would like to continue that. So on the one hand, we have the trauma that people bring with them, which they experienced in their country of origin or during the flight. But there is also the issue of re-traumatization in Germany through the accommodation or the asylum procedure. And Lilith, I would like to talk about that in more detail with you. I read on your website that of the project Queer Refugees, that especially in asylum accommodation, violence and discrimination experience seems to be the rule for LGBTIQ people. So I would like to talk about this part of violence experience, but also about the protection against violence in the accommodation, physical and psychological violence. Well, thank you very much, Margaret. You wrote a summary about, or you actually talked about re-traumatization and traumas as such, and this was basically a summary of the whole trauma segment. So now on the re-traumatization in the asylum system. Well, on the one hand, we have the Federal Migration Authority, which is also responsible for the interviews or the hearings, and of course people who have been traumatized through the interview or the hearing, this is not being seen because applications need to be filed without any gaps, and also the descriptions in the interviews need to be as detailed as possible in order to be recognized. But on the other hand, the guidelines that the 16 federal governments obliges them that people should be checked for vulnerabilities. And how can we actually consider this vulnerability and afterwards support the people? And this part is missing. This is missing everywhere in Germany. So maybe there's a best practice, but I've not yet seen it. In my personal experience, I saw, and we went to many accommodations and conducted trainings for the staff there with regard to LGBTIQ and also flight. And we emphasized the issue of traumas time and again. So we tried to prevent re-traumatization through the staff there. But the problem is that we can provide training to the staff, but there are also the other refugees. And there are many people who experience re-traumatization through other refugees, especially when a country, for example, let's say Lower Saxony, a German federal state, says, okay, when people from Pakistan come to us, then all people from Pakistan will be housed in the same shelter together with other Pakistanis. And so I fled from Pakistan because I was afraid of other people from my country. And we try to avoid the same people when we are traumatized. We want to be somewhere else or with other people, but this is not happening in these cases. The background is, okay, they're all speaking the same language, they have the same culture, they understand each other, so it's better to put them in an accommodation as a group. And this is one of the main reasons why people are being re-traumatized. And then people come to us with their problems, amongst others, and these problems are they are being attacked or harassed, spit at by other refugees, or attacked verbally, also physically sometimes. And when it comes to the help, to the support, and now I'm talking about the violence prevention structures, we see in many federal states that even the management of the accommodation usually does not call the police, even though, for example, in some cases, people were attacked with a knife and injured severely with a knife. So when you hear these stories of the victims, it's not easy to digest all the stories about what is happening in the accommodation. Then the victims do not get a lot of help out of fear. In many cases, they do not press charges or report it to the police because they are afraid that this might have a negative impact on their asylum procedure. And this is also what we learn from many other countries. So they have learned that the police is not their friend and not someone who might provide support. In many countries of the world, the police office has been set up by colonial powers in order to control the people. And this is being forgotten also by the authorities in Germany. So when we come to Germany, or refugees come to Germany, it's basically part of our thinking that the police is not here to protect us. And Germans are forgetting that. I mean, I do not know why, but in my country we had we did not have such a police force. We had the judicative or other areas, but not police forces like this. So violence prevention concepts to prevent re-traumatization are scarce. Sometimes we have violence protection coordinators or people in charge for the implementation of these concepts and who sit at the table and talk to the psychologists about what they can do in order to avoid re-traumatization, but it's only very scarce. I mean, we lack the resources. We simply do not have sufficient resources. Or maybe we have resources, but we don't want to invest them. So this is another question. So suddenly we allocated many resources to the German armed forces, but when it comes to women and children and their protection or human rights in general, we haven't been given any resources for many years already. So another aspect is even when there are people who get the job of a violence prevention officer or whatever, do they really have the power to change something? Or is it simply an appointment on paper, basically, and the people are just reading and writing some reports? So how about the implementation? And I do see that their hands are tied. I do also talk to the violence prevention coordinators from all over Germany, and it's a fact that they do not really have a power to implement specific things because we simply lack the structure. They need certain structures as well. A federal state like Lower Saxony or also Bavaria, which is basically the biggest when it comes to the size. So how about the structures on the ground? It's not really, it's insufficient. I'm, for example, the violence prevention officer nominated by the government, appointed by the government in Bavaria, but now I do need staff that can implement these violence prevention concepts. Where are they? Where are the psychiatrists, psychologists, doctors who can really take care of my clients? And where is the accommodation, the housing where I can send my severely traumatized clients to? So we cannot simply appoint someone, give that person a title, and describe it in with nice words, but leave them alone again. So there is a huge problem and problem is actually too small a word for this big issue. It's a catastrophe, basically, when it comes to the treatment and taking care of those people. So even for people with a German passport, with German citizenship, we do not have a good system that is ready to take care of them. So in theory, everything is nice. On paper, it's nice. And the Istanbul Convention, when you read it, you think, wow, Europe is really at the forefront of defending human rights. Then you read the legislation in terms of asylum rights. Everything's nice, everything's great. But I, as a social worker, I'm left alone. As a violence prevention officer, I'm left alone because I do not have the staff, the personnel that would support my work. And this holds true for everywhere. I mean, I'm not saying that it's not happening in Berlin or in Cologne, big cities, but I mean, we also have to talk about Schweinfurt in Bavaria, for example, in Franconia, in the northern part of Bavaria. So it's really horrible. So thank you very much. This brings us to another structural hurdle or obstacle for the protection against violence for queer refugees, and this is basically the political will. So sometimes we have the structures, sometimes we have the personnel, and sometimes there's even the awareness for queer realities. You already mentioned what happens when this is not present, when people are given housing with other people from whom they are threatened. But there's also the other aspect. And I mean, you already touched upon the care for women in general. And now I would like to come back to Marie and what Heidelberg offers. You just said already that there is this need, there's a special need for support in the case of traumatization. How did you deal with these conclusions? And what are your good experiences in order to actually look forward? So what did you do? So for us, it was a very important insight from the study that so many people affected said that they were traumatized by the violence they experienced. So this was also their self-assessment. And this actually shed a light on our own system. Heidelberg has an above-average violence prevention system and has had it for many years, I have to say. But the whole area of psychological burden in the course of traumatization was not really taken into account in the system, neither in the structures of the system. So this was really a blind spot at the municipal level. So for us, this was a really important insight from the study. So what we did is the following. I mean, there were two parallel systems, the municipal violence prevention system and the support system. And we tried to, first of all, connect the two structures and start talks and embed the two systems. So also when it comes to referrals, for example, that people are referred from one system to the other. So for many years, we have conducted roundtables on gender-specific violence. We also invited the general psychiatry, the trauma people, and also therapists with a practice were invited. So we simply started a dialogue, and we wanted to look at what is happening in the individual realms. And this was really an eye-opener. And the second part, which was also very important, was a part of a project, which was like a system with guides. Or a pilot system, basically. We wanted to allow for easier access to the system for women. So when the women found a first contact person, usually they once again drop out of the system. So we wanted to devise a pilot system with some kind of guide. That person could guide the client or the victim through the whole system. So what does an intervention office do, for example, to explain the different offices and who's responsible for what in the whole system. And we were very lucky that our guide is also a trauma specialist. And this means that she already managed to bridge this gap towards the other system. And this guide, during the first contact, tries to assess the stability of the person, if there is an immediate need from the psychotherapeutic realm. She can decide whether there is an in- or outpatient service that might be appropriate here. So this is a very important structural bridge to support affected people. And of course, this is now being enhanced to the whole realm of flight of refugees in order to assess the supporting structures in this area and what is already existent and what else do we need. Thank you very much. This sounds quite interesting and is quite fitting when it comes to the other best practices that we've already mentioned. Avadalla has already talked about the strength of the communities and also the networking in the communities and what it means for the people when they can build up trust and build networks, when they are empowered, so to speak, by people who have gained the same experience. And Philip this morning already mentioned the trainings, additional trainings also in the accommodation and also counseling services. Margaret, I would like to ask you if you would like to follow up on that. Good counseling for queer female refugees. What's your experience of the past 20 years in this segment? Well, thank you very much. I would happily like to complement that. Before the counseling, I would say that the activist work, which is quite diverse, especially in the field of queer refugees, and also the work of the Queer Asylum Network, this is also what we heard about this morning, is very, very important. In Baden-Württemberg, German federal state, in the south of Germany, voluntary workers have devised a systematic draft for procedures for queer refugees, which is available online. And with this draft, they try to stay close to the official structures and the legislation that is applicable and to make suggestions based on that. Unfortunately, no one has yet tried to implement it, but this is an example how the system could look like in the future. I would also like to say that diverse community-based counseling has gathered good experience with the counseling of queer refugees. During the last expert conference, LETRA was present, and LETRA particularly focuses on the lesbian, queer, and bisexual women. So there is expertise out there. There is also diverse expertise in the field of psychology from the VLSP, the Association of Queer People in Psychology. And they also offer further trainings, and we see a continued development. Also, people working the SUV are also participating in further trainings there, so they get further qualifications. But what we need in particular are professional trauma therapists who can work in a queer sensitive way, who can actually also overcome internalized queer hostile attitudes that can reinforce traumas and burdens. But I would also like to come to the positive aspects, as you asked me to. But one critical aspect is also the access to medical transition measures, which is in difficult in Germany, and this is not really the right term. It's really very difficult, especially for people with not a secured residence permit. And this is something that needs to change. So even people that are undergoing an asylum process should have access to transition measures if they wish so. And as the access is regulated through accompanying therapies, then these therapists should also know about the asylum procedure and should be able to differentiate what are the consequences of a trauma and what is really the desire for a transition. So I can't give you a good best practice example, but this would be a very important aspect that we should continue to focus on. And there is expertise available, and we should bring it together. And one other aspect, which I forgot earlier, in our work, there is also the phenomenon of the so-called secondary traumatization. This means that people who have who support people who have a disorder because of a trauma might also feel burdened through this close contact to traumatized people. And there's a good concept for counselors to take care of themselves. However, this all comes down to resources and funding so that we are capable of providing good and long-term work. Thank you very much for the hint.
Für Fragen.
Now I would like to open our discussion to the audience. There is one hand sign. Please use the mic. And there are two more questions in front. So first, let me thank you first. It also bridged over to the morning session. It brought us back to the access to the health system. And this is still an urgent problem. Okay, one question. Thank you. Thank you for the panel where I could learn a lot. I have got a question about the term re-traumatization. As a layman, I think there was a trauma which kind of disappeared, and then there is a re-trauma. But I learned today that it takes a long time to get psychological treatment. Is this the right term, or should we say enhancement of a trauma or repetition? I found it very good what you said about the term. It requires perhaps more understanding what trauma triggers when a trauma has not yet been processed, and then already the next trauma comes. So first, I would like to ask this question to you, Avadallah, because you work a lot with traumatized communities. How do you see things? Is raw traumatization the right term, or what is the difference between re-traumatization or continued traumatization if refugees do not have access to a therapy?
I want to go a few steps back because I said before it's important as much as as it's important as it is to be concrete about our recommendations, about the experiences that we bring. It's important to be abstract a little bit, and I think we need to deal with the narratives, that we're dealing with, because we are in a very difficult moment for working with refugees at the moment. And I think because in the previous round I went a little bit forward into the practices, so I want to go back now in the history. To look at the laws and the legal framework of refugees or asylum in Germany, I think it is very important because it defines what people get, how much people are getting accepted, what kind of services people are getting, what kind of health insurance people are getting. And actually, before 2014, before the big wave of arriving of refugees and asylum seekers, the legal framework was actually quite more advanced than it is now. Ironically, this moment of 2015, when a lot of people arrived here, and Germany was framed then as the country that welcomed refugees, this was the same moment when the asylum laws were being reduced, the rights of people were being reduced, family reunification was being taken away as one of the rights for asylum seekers. There was an introduction of things like humanitarian asylum or subsidiary asylum, which reduces the residence from 3 years to 1 year. So, and the reason why actually the package of asylum laws were better was because of the big advocacy of asylum seekers and refugees themselves. Maybe you heard about the Oranienplatz movement. So it was advocacy, and it was people on the street that actually made asylum laws better. And people arriving in this moment of, we're going to open the doors for refugees, that actually reversed the situation. And then now, later in the later years, we have a situation where, people where the borders are being enforced more and more. And this dirty work of the borders is being outsourced. And it's not happening in Germany so much, but maybe in the borders or the routes where people are arriving to Germany are closed. And the biggest one is the Mediterranean itself. So I just wanted to go back to that, because when we're thinking about, which terms should we use, I just want to say, all of the time that we are talking about refugee policies, when was the time when refugees were part of the policy? Refugee situations were always decided for them. They were not part of the decision-making process. Even when, again, we are in a country that prides itself in being one of the best countries that supported refugees in the last, decade. So I want to present this as one of the important good practices. Participation. Participation is very important. And advocacy. So advocacy and advocating for rights, creating a movement for rights, that's a very important aspect of this whole conversation. And when we establish those things, then we can discuss, terminology, but it's just, for me, important to rethink about trauma and why we have a system that is not just based on trauma, but it's based on the performance of trauma. We are, as Margaret said, you're telling people you shouldn't talk about this. It's not a good psychological practice to make you talk about this. But this is a system where people get access and services based on how much they cry in an interview, and based on how much checks of identity or vulnerabilities they have. And I don't think that's right. I don't think that's fair. Because even for people who don't belong to the most vulnerable groups, the system is harsh. I remember, and when Lilith was talking about the example of people being put according to their national groups, I was reminded of that actually happened to me when I arrived in Germany. So I was told, you are Egyptian, we're going to put you in a room full of other Egyptians. So I think when we're thinking about this, we need to think about not only how to address, but also how to have a prevention approach to this. We need to act much more before, because these things will happen. And it's hard to prevent them from happening, but it's important to begin this work earlier on to avoid the situations where make people vulnerable. People living in camps, that's not a situation that makes people have a safe experience. This is a very vulnerable position to put people in. So we're already navigating a system that is already a very ripe environment for those incidents of violences to take place. And a solution that was offered and over, and we're talking about is, maybe another space for LGBTQ people. But that also kind of runs the risk of reproducing this problem again. The question for me is how to remove people from this structure as soon as possible so that they can begin a new life, they can be part of community and society, and get out of this isolation and vulnerable position that actually a lot of people describe as very close to prison systems, because people are feeling controlled, feeling surveillance, and they don't have control and agency over their own lives. So this is the vulnerable position, and again, I think we should begin by participation, advocacy, and prevention.
Wir hatten hier vorne noch eine Frage. Ist das Mikrofon bei dir?
There was a question here in front. Thank you, Avadallah, for this important point. I've got a question outside of official structures. Many refugees are also accommodated by private people. So what would be your advice to these individuals? Because re-traumatization may also happen in private, in family structures. So what would you like to tell those people? Thank you for this question. I would ask you, Margaret and Lily, to answer it. Perhaps you start, Margaret. I would like to thank you. I would like to take it up also when it comes to the question, what can be done at a private level? What is very important is attitude. It should be an attitude to strengthen the ability of the people who have come to this country to be active, to give them space, and to avoid everything that would make them dependent. And when it comes to emotional encounters, to ask questions. And of course, it's sometimes difficult at a private level because it is about encounter, but to be very mindful and also recommend to the peoples, look for others and find a community that is good for you, whatever this community may be. Unfortunately, you don't find these community offers everywhere, but they exist. I agree to what you have said, and what I have learned in one of my courses is that human beings have resources, and we have to look what resources they possess and then to strengthen those. This happens in big cities like Berlin, Hamburg, etc. And this brings me back to the rural area. Yeah, we want to receive and support people, but it takes a lot of sensitivity about issues. What does queer mean? I attended a training in Saxony, and their medical doctor when one person outed herself and said, "I'm queer," and the doctor didn't understand it. And then when I was lecturing, it was about LBTI. She said, "I thought it was a special tribe in this country." So there is no sensitivity. Sometimes it is due to their education, but at that time she was a medical doctor and she didn't know the term. You do not know it perhaps when you live in your own bubble, but this brings me to the issue of sharing information, to discuss with people, with families who want to receive refugees. They have to be aware of the fact that they work with resourceful people who are not just victims, but they made experience and now they are here. They have a lot of power, of energy. They can go on, but what they may need is self-acceptance and also energy from people around them who send out the message, "You are in a secure position, we accept you," and that they are at a level playing field and not that we are the great white saviors. You wanted to add something. One brief comment. I think the municipalities also have a task to pass on information so that information is provided in different languages also to those people who want to provide accommodation to refugees. They then also support the support system and also to give information about the support centers that exist. Often the municipalities do not even know that such special bodies exist, and the municipalities also have to spread the knowledge. There are 2-3 more questions. We still have a buffer, so I accept these questions. Thank you very much to all the panelists. This was a very interesting input. One issue that concerns me, and there are different rules in the different German states, is costs. Costs for refugee accommodation funding is always a major issue. There are refugee accommodation for all refugees, independent of the gender, but then there's also an accommodation for queer refugees, and we mentioned the support of highly traumatized people, and here it's very important. And currently, the funding of accommodation is only insured for 2 years. Traumatization, re-traumatization was mentioned, and if the staff changes after 2 years because the organization changes, then it's difficult for refugees to build up trust. So my recommendation is to change the funding rules so that funding is insured for a longer period and not just for 2 years. Thank you. This is a very important point. Nina, you also had a question. But since the mic is here, you may use it.
Saying it in English because I want to include Ahmad first and foremost in my comment and question. I think it was really great, your points that you made about Queer Refugees Agency and participation. And I think looking at this conference and how it's been organized, we had some discussions about that, like who's seen as the expert, who's talking about queer refugees, how do we talk about queer refugees, and I think we have to have a critical perspective of that. I'm a white European woman doing research on the topic, and then but who I am, to talk about these experiences. So I was just wondering, in terms of, do you have any concrete recommendations? What needs to be done that actually refugees, and especially queer refugees, can participate more in the decision-making processes? What needs to change?
Vielen Dank, tolle Frage. Vielleicht gleich die.
Thank you very much. Great question. Maybe we'll take the next question right away, and then this will be our last one. Hello. I would like to thank Lilith, first of all. It felt like an empowerment for me to see you here as a queer refugee, which is also active in this area and works as an activist, because it's very rare to see this. The persons who have experienced themselves in this area, to personal experience it, to see them work in this field. I think it's, sometimes people don't like to see the queer refugees. I think this is an undesired format when there are queer refugees, that they raise their voice, that they work as activists, that they protect their own rights, or that they do not want to try to fit into a certain framework, the framework that has been provided by the German society, the legal framework, or whatever. So my question refers to the following. Activism might be a mechanism to de-traumatize. What do you think about it? Because no one would fund that, I guess. There would be no resources for it. But at least it could be more barrier-free, that people can do it and that people are not being told, well, shut up, don't talk about it. It could be some kind of empowerment and a way to de-traumatize people. So this is also a general question, but in particular to Lilith. Thank you very much for the great questions. In view of the time, I would like to ask the question to you, activism to de-traumatize, to Lilith, and recommendations for refugees and to let them participate. This is a question for you, Avadallah. Well, thank you very much for your for emphasizing this. I feel quite honored that you see me like that. Activism as a tool against traumatization, well, it might help. I mean, it did help me a lot. And one of the biggest advantage of activism, I would say, from my personal view, is that you have the feeling that you can change things. I mean, whether you can really change something or not is, well, we have to wait and see. But at least you have the feeling, you feel empowered because you can determine your own fate in a way. You can say, well, this is me, that's the way I am, and how I can continue to live. I mean, I can continue to live like that. Of course, there will always be people outside with prejudice, with stereotypes, saying, well, this is the way queer life looks like, this is the way the life of refugees looks like. This will always be out there. And, of course, we need an exchange at a level playing field to change that. And I would also recommend that. But I can also say that we need space. It would be great if space could be made available. And, I mean, resources are endless. We do not have very many resources when it comes to foundations or organizations that might be in the position to offer that. They also need funding to offer these spaces in a sustainable way. And if I might briefly say that, or maybe Avadallah, would you like to give your answer first? I'm not sure. Your question, maybe both of you very briefly, okay? So this is just a short answer to your question. I mean, the way in which I participated in this panel discussion and through being empowered through the queer community, the white queer community is the community that empowered me through their support, that I can develop the feeling, Lilith, you can do more than what you did at the time. This really helped me. This is why I'm one of the co-deciders, so to speak, in this realm, not at the political level, but at the policy level, at the level of the NGOs, at the level of our municipal politics. So this way we could empower people and give them access to these topics as co-deciders, so to speak, to take part in the decision-taking process.
Thank you so much for the questions. And I think, of course, Lilith's answer is very important. I just want to maybe, I don't know, try to add a few points or go deeper into that because, yeah, I mean, we talk about, it's a simple principle, really, like nothing about us without us, right? But sometimes it's like, it is this motto, but like how do we do it in practice? Like, how does it look like? What happens when we try to implement it? So, I mean, the concept is participation. And we there is so many levels of decision making or level of organizational work or academic work that is done with this group. I mean, I personally, as a person who arrived as a queer refugee here in 2014, the queer refugee didn't exist. There was not a category called a queer refugee. Slowly, it began to happen. We live in a material world, so I think help structures were also based on finances. It was based on building more refugee camps and making contracts between these refugee camps and the authorities and other companies that provided the furniture and whatnot. This is a structure that has emerged thanks to refugees, but refugees have benefited little from themselves. So when we talk about participation, we want, inclusion, we want to be mitentscheiderinnen, but a lot of, in reality, when people are asked to, contribute, they're asked to contribute free labor. So they're, come and consult or guide or, be part of the conversation, but they're basically asked for free labor. And that doesn't work. And especially for people who are in very precarious situations. They're more in need, actually, of support than... but I'm not saying that to say, don't do anything about... because that's also not realistic. But the question is, of course, how do we redistribute resources in a different way? The resources are there, they are limited, but how do we conceptualize them in a different way? So when we ask, queer refugees to contribute to research or a project, this generates certain, wealth or income or whatever it is. How do we share that? How do we redistribute these resources so that people are benefiting from it? And I'm not talking just, like in a strictly like financial sense, but like opportunities, opening, career paths for people. So these things can open up things. And also that we're asking people to do intellectual labor. So how do we, recognize that labor in a meaningful way? I think it is about redistribution of resources and thinking about them in a different way. And I think just a little bit about activism, I think, for people like us who, we are like the kind of the queer refugees who made it, which is a very strange position to be. But we believe that, this is as a way to survive, to fight for the rights to become vocal. It's also a very exhausting position to be. I currently, after many years of work in the Berlin Hilfe, quit my job. Not because I don't think that this work should not be done. I think I want to continue this work in a different way. Maybe by writing, maybe by education, maybe by just being available to my community, which is a queer refugee community, in different ways. So I think, and as I said before, we talked a lot about Schulung. This word was mentioned so much. But we usually meant by that people who are in the help system. And we don't talk about the actual queer refugee community itself. So in Cairo, I was working in a refugee organization. A big part of our work was working with what we call CBOs, community-based organizations, because all refugee communities had some sort of structure that was helping other refugees. We need to invest in that. This should be the target of Schulung and support and and not only the help structure that, as I said, like can reproduce this saviorism and more paternalistic approach to support.
Vielen, vielen Dank.
Thank you very much. Now we have run a little bit out of time. We're a little bit late. Thank you very much for your attention. So, trauma, overcoming trauma, protection, and all this brought us also to legal instruments and how can we organize ourselves and redistribute resources. How do we deal with power structures in order to change something? So this is basically the path that we had in this panel discussion. And of course, we would like to continue that in the afternoon in the workshops. Everyone will have the opportunity to talk to the panelists and discuss with them. So I would like to invite you to put your name down in the lists. There are 5 different subjects for 5 different tables, and table number 5, housing and protective measures, will only be represented in the first part of the workshop. So who would like to continue to talk to Lilith and Margaret? Please enter your name in the first slot. That much for the people in the room. Those of you who joined us online, thank you very much for your attention, and give a big round of applause for all our panelists. So thank you very much to you.